Hey, what's up? There's a bunch of support at 30. I don't know if it's really building, but it's there. Hmm. I forgot to order thermal base for my new CPU. Guess I'm running to Best Buy. Don't you don't you attack any federal agents on the way there? You done arguing with fascists? Never. Fuck those people. How do you know what to wear? When? My CPU didn't come with thermal paste, but my Noctua fan did. Fine, geez, Gherk. I'll detour away from the FBI office. It's a silly place anyway. You're a Noctua? I don't know what that means, but thanks. Oh my god, everyone stop spelling it with a K. Did anyone ever tell you you're Dexy? Ha. I'm gonna bounce yet. Bot calls 35-30. Bot puts 30-40-45. I don't know what that means. Hmm. More down? Sold put support 20 and 10. It's not an ad hominem fallacy. I'm using the literal definition from the dictionary. It's a populist political philosophy, movement, or regime that exalts nation and often race above the individual. It's associated with centralized autocratic government headed by a dictatorial leader and that is characterized by severe economic and social regimentation and forcible suppression of the opposition. Tell me which part of that is incorrect. Well, you should have said something about it when you had the chance. I'm doing the thing that you didn't have the balls to do for 8 years. That's all you're telling me. Should have complained louder. Max, he's mad. He feels like he's been called a fascist. And I'm not calling him a fascist. Why do you keep going on about it? People can be fascists if they want to, need to. That's their right as Americans. My right is also to call them fascists if they're being fascists. Crazy how much like snowflakes they are when you hurt their feelings. They do get awfully pissy, right? Like, I just really don't like having their beliefs questioned. Don't tread on me, Danimal. I don't know. Are you Dusty Pagoda? When you voted for Trump, did you vote for him undermining the judicial, breaking the law in order to further his agenda, porking children? Which was it? Did you just think he had some good policies? That's fine. I know we're dumping. I said if we lost 40, we were going to go down. What else do I need to say? And then I was like, ooh, look, we lost 40. It's not that hard, Danimal. Kashkaria will save this. I know it. Ooh, more bot puts to the downside. 15, 10, 05, 6,700. Looks like the sold put strip's pulling back. A bit. Not fully, but a bit. Nice vol spike. Wee. Kashkari's dovish now, right? The fuck is happening? We're selling off. Jesus Christ. We're not even down a lot. We're down 30 basis points. I joined Pigeonwell yesterday. Blew up my port. I just wanted to share the funny. God damn it, Blanca. What do you do? How do you keep blowing up, man? How many bips is the implied move? 51. A little sad I sold my puts for only a modest gain, but money's money. Yeah. I can't tell if you're a bananimal or you're saying banned animal. The support I mentioned earlier in chat, 67.18. Well, we're significantly below it. The next significant sold put supports, I think 10. Yeah, and that's not even that crazy. Also, those are getting ripped back pretty quick. Like 1,000 of the 67.10 sold puts are already bought back. 6,700 puts are being bought back. Starting to get some put selling at 05. Some of the 20s got burned. Gamma neutral's right there. Not a whole lot of market maker support to help flip this around when you're that close to GN. I just had to buy a call for the V, which is why it didn't V yet. We slipped below the prior week close, and we're retesting it now on EF. Right around here. Yeah, so I guess we'll just see how aggressively bulls try to push this back. I think if we get back above 20, they've got room to run it out back to 35 or so. That's probably the best confirm locally. Have to see what happens here. We got some bot calls 2025, bot puts at 25, doing some put selling at the 20 and the 05, which they were selling on the drop. So I'd imagine defending 20 would be ideal for the day. Ooh. Huh. Oracle lost $100 million from NVIDIA Blackwell Rentals. What? How did that happen? You're telling me that their $100 million of NVIDIA chips didn't make them $100 million? Impossible. We bouncing here? Not unless we get above 20. We're getting really close to gamma neutral, which is fun. I failed the Pigeonwell entry exam when my cat entered puts same as shares. Would it be possible to retake? Yeah, sure. Anytime you want. Also, what happened to your ice cream Sammys? I can't find them at Costco anymore. Cheers. I used to get the ice cream sandwiches from Trader Joe's, not Costco. And they still have them, I think. I don't know. I haven't bought them in like a year and a half, but I'm pretty sure they do. Okay, Mr. Vague, why don't you start saying the quiet part out loud? Wait, which quiet part? There's a synth long at 20 that's building. So bulls are definitely trying to catch the knife here. There's still bot puts at 15 and 10. Pretty decent number of bot puts at 6,700. There's sold put support all the way between here and 6,700, but it's kind of minimal. There's big sold put support at 66.85, 66.90. Baba look ready to go back up. I don't know. No. Baba dumped today. Ooh, making money. Nice. That took longer than I wanted. Hmm. So we're going to 90? Mm, no, that's just where like major sold put support is. There's support from here all the way down to 90. This is the largest levels of support are at 90. I think I need to close out of some of this Baba shit. Hmm. Oh, is Discord not up? I'll throw it up. There you go. Mm-hmm. Baba's got a little bit more downside before it fills the gap. Pushing out above 20. A little bit bullish. Is it consumer credit or consumer inflation expectations? No. Consumer inflation expectations are out already, right? LMI was down. Redbook was down. How did we get used car prices? Okay, whatever. Used car prices up year over year, down month over month. Economic optimism down. Consumer inflation expectations up. Kashkari speaks in 12 minutes. Looks like consumer credits at 3 p.m. I don't know if we're gonna get that. Who releases that? Is that the Federal Reserve or BLS? I think it's the Fed, so we should get it. Carvana's been selling off for like 4 days straight. I'm not sure it's staying alive, as you put it. Fed, yeah. So I thought, yeah, we'll get it. The Fed is still going to release their data. It's barely nudged. I mean, for such a small drop, I think that was a pretty decent move up. We almost tapped 17. Bulls have room to push this out to like 30 or 35. Mm. I will say the reversal is quite choppy. Might fail. Um, ATR. Thoughts on it? Um, I think it's a poor estimate of variance, which is, I mean, ultimately what you're trying to derive from it. And it's inconsistent and probably statistically worse than like Garmin class or Yang Zheng. Um, Gap handling is overemphasized. And so the structure of the indicator becomes dominated by single events. Which, like not every gap is important, right? So, it's going to create a bias to that gap in the forward indicator. And then mm, I don't like it in like multiple like session markets, like futures or FX or crypto, because I mean session close significantly changes the true range, which means the ATR is not mm, unique and becomes data set dependent. So you have to normalize it, which is very difficult. And then you have to normalize it asset by asset, which can actually be quite a lot of work. There's ways to make it better, but I think they all just I think they hmm, I think all of the ways to normalize it are just better in other models. Like Yang Zhang separates the overnight gap and intraday variance. Why are you trying to like walk backwards? That's my question. You're just spending too much time on our day trader or something? Those people don't make any fucking money. I'm giving you like market maker models, and you're like, yeah, what about true range and opening fucking breakouts? Turning into Stefan. All technical traders make money in a bull market. They develop massive biases. I glance at ATR. There's better things. Just use VWAP, man. At least VWAP's like a real distributional indication. I need your live data dashboard already. It's too accurate. We're getting there. Ooh, failed. Neat. Wow, Bulls didn't save VN for the first time in how many days? I feel like it's been a while. Who do we gotta pay to get it sooner? Just get it when all the beta people get it. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Bear flags only break up. What the fuck is this? Well, that is actually a bear flag that is de facto broken down, Dork. Does TradingView have Yang Zhang? It's gotta be better. Wow. One person's made it and they did the math incorrectly. Great. Go figure. Is the market broken? Tail risk demand's been picking up for like a week now. As time passes, that's bound to have some effect. I'm glad that the Baba thesis played out. I hope all of you guys bought the correct dates on it and didn't attempt to trade it with weeklies. Although I feel like I know the answer to that. It's actually got a lot of room to move down. And most of the trade on Baba was
Now I go take a nap.
was
Thank
just
you for the use of the indicator 5.
was just me targeting dollar up, but and we've gotten that. However, I don't know how much more dollar up we're gonna get without Fed input. Today was a good day for trading. Now I go to take a nap. Thank you for the use of your indicator. Anytime, man. Congratulations. Baba to DM would give me massive FOMO. I think if Baba dropped back to Delta neutral, I'd probably go long. October 17, yeah. That should have been the correct date. I put my like original position in the Pickles Picks chat. Trying to give you guys some of those vibe trading vibes. Close my Baba too early. It's still 30% is 30%. Yeah. Well, when has something Kathy Woods ever bought actually gone up? I've got TQQQ 90Ps for March. I've got 105s for Jan. Gotta love Netflix upgrades out of left field. I said, did you miss that? Where I said like Netflix was better than Microsoft the other day? I have like a whole like 15-minute speech on that on the weekend stream. I have SPX 5000P for end of month. You know, you can just use a barbecue lighter to torch your money. That's why I got Pigeon Wheel, to catch the vibe. I didn't trade anything yesterday. I was going to, but we never got the high test. I prefer smoked money with cherry pellets. This is fun. Lose 10, test 6,700. I think it'll be more interesting at this point if we just don't bounce than anything else. Did you ever get back into PBR? No. No, I did not. How do you feel about SoFi? Eh, I think it's priced too well. Like, mm, it's too expensive, honestly. At least in my opinion. It's kind of priced for perfection and Fed rate cuts. I do think they benefit from the more militant collection of student loan debt, but yeah, I think they're just priced way too optimistically for the current macro. I don't think any bank should be at 50x PE right now. Actual double bottom. We'll see. A lot of puts getting bought back to the downside still, especially at 67.10. There are some call buyers kind of mixed in here. 10, 15, 20. There's still that big synthetic long at 20, which they failed to breach on the last test to the upside. I would expect a new low here, but I would say that an equivalent low would be a bit more bullish. I do think supportive gamma is very weak, which is going to make the V difficult. Not only supportive gamma on the 0DT, but across the entire chain. We've been seeing all the supportive gamma getting ripped up below spot for the last couple of days, which has been pushing GN higher pretty quickly, which is less padding from the market maker. And then um, it seemed like options were starting to be bought more heavily yesterday based on skew, which puts the dealers short gamma, um, which kind of it creates a bit of a chasey market where people start buying buying into the trend, which extends trends and thus range. I went over all this last night in Pickles Picks, didn't I? I feel like I wrote all this up. It was in my brain. What's the hoodie you're wearing? Looks mad comfy. Carhartt. You also discussed a bit of those concepts with me on the roundtable stream. Mm. Stolen valor? Are you sponsored by Carhartt? No, I'm not sponsored by anybody. Thanks, Jeff, but I think maybe you already do. Tech's going down harder than anything besides small caps. Except all the sponsors JFresh lists off at the beginning of the podcast, right? You know those are a joke, right? Those aren't actual sponsorships. He said sponsored by Open Door. You know those signs that people put in their yards that say, "We'll buy your house for cash"? What if we turn that into an app? That's not an actual ad. Why does Jimmy have two options, Chains? New options. Because of the warrants? You know how I know AI is fucking useless? There's one undeniable test. Superstock has had access to artificial intelligence for 2 years now, and they still haven't created MOS. And they've had access to artificial intelligence for the last month, and they still don't know what warrants do. Here, take that. Really, Philly Mike? Oh, look, Trash Dan's sneaking around in the shadows. Hey, Trash. Wouldn't it seem like a company selling covered call on itself while diluting? Yeah. How low do you see this going? I feel like at this point it makes a lot of sense to just test gamma neutral. The data is sending some stagflation signals. No shit. Just FYI, we are slightly beyond the average implied move to the downside for today. That feeling when you make 600% profit on the trade, but it keeps going in your direction and it could have been more. Yeah, I know that feeling. You gotta push that down. That's not real. That's just the feeling that makes you a bad trader later. Odds we move lower here are slim. No. No, we can fall into negative gamma, and that's bearish. One second, guys. I bought a put for 5.7, sold for 6. Now it's worth 33, and I'm at negative 400 on the day. Lol, BRB going long rope. That's not funny. We do have some momentum. Yeah, failing gamma neutral would be interesting. I like the uptick in vol. We're skewed a little bit to the downside. Starting to run out of bot puts though. There's quite a bit of puts sold. 6,700, 6,690, and 85. So I'd say if we can slip GN, which is gonna be tough, but if we could slip it, maybe we could see 90 or 85 today to the downside. But I would expect some kind of support, maybe a small bounce here before seeing any of that. Hmm. Hmm. We're still trying to reverse this. Uh, I mean, I think UNH is a huge risk right now, right? 6720 hard resistance. 10 could be resistance here too. Definitely have to watch both levels for a failure, but yeah, I would say 6720 is a bit rough. Hmm. No, mostly 10, 20, or 10, 15, 20 bot calls. But bot puts are staying roughly equivalent. Um, Bulls are still selling in the money puts at 15 and 20, though, which is definitely where their ideal mean reversion would come into play. I'm still have 5 each of the June 2026 and Jan 2026 380 and 400 Cs. Along with the 100 shares I'm playing, the gap filled to 376. On what? I don't even know what stock you're talking about. Oh, on UNH. Um, yeah, I don't know. I think insurers are significantly at risk of ACA credits getting cut. What is negative delta looking? I mean, there's a lot of it. It doesn't look like it gets very squeezy until we get above like 67.30 though. I would say bulls aren't in a great place to squeeze this back to the upside right now. It's very unlikely we see anything below 66.90 today. But if we somehow did, bearish as fuck. I would say very likely we continue to see positioning trim and end up closing somewhere between like 6,700 and 6,720. But that is shifting to the downside now. So, that could end up being like 66.90, 67.10. And then, positioning might start to erode and it would start to kind of close in on 6,700 more. Hmm. So saying my 6700p bull put is safe? It's in a good spot. I mean, it's not. It's not 100% safe, but it's not. It's got some risk. I think it's moderate though. Not. It's not like super risky or anything. If I were gonna sell bull puts, though, I'd probably be selling them around 90. I'd rather sell them on a 90 test than sell them on a 6700 test. So the 6700p because I don't think we get the 90 test today. That's valid. Yeah, momentum stalled out here, so we'd need another like bearish push to go lower. But you know, here at GN, the risk is that not so much that bears step in to push down, but that bulls start de-risking short puts. Fuck my life. Best Buy opens at 10 a.m. Sounds like it's time to get breakfast. Or I guess you could go back over to the FBI building. What's Starbucks getting a shitty coffee? Everyone else think it's just about time to buy calls. Well, Jesus, Baba just keeps dumping. I think if we drop much lower, calls might not be good for a little bit. Hmm. This is somewhat significant. Trump speaking? Ooh. What's he saying? Yeah, he's meeting with Carney right now.
They're not coming. There are no boats anymore. Frankly, there are no fishing boats. There's no boats out there, period. If you want to know the truth, we're saying, does anybody go fishing anymore? The fact is, we knocked out, probably saved at least 100,000 lives.
You know what he's saying? The same stuff he says over and over.
Taking out all those boats coming in. So
it's true.
And now they don't come in that way anymore. Now they'll come in other ways, and we're not going to allow that either. So we've done.
We just get one fucking government, just one cycle of government that's not completely fucking incompetent. That's all I want.
They do. And they have an incompetent policy, just like they had open
4 good years, so we can have another terrible 20.
They came in from mental institutions, drug dealers. They came in from all over the place, and we don't have that anymore. This country is becoming we're a very strong country. Look, financially speaking, I would say that because of the tariffs, because of the election, because of the policy, because of the great, big, beautiful deal, it's what I added the word great because it really is. It's the biggest bill ever passed in the history of our country. We don't need another bill. It's the biggest tax cuts, when you think no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime for the people.
Those are temporary.
But far beyond that, what it does is incentivizes auto plants and AI and all of the things that nobody's ever passed a bill like it. We don't need another bill. We don't need any more bills. I said, let's get it all at once. I was greatly helped by our Speaker, Mike Johnson, and by the Senate. I'll tell you what, John Thune's both of those guys have been incredible. And we got a bill passed that I said, let's see if we can get it all done, because these Democrats are like insurrectionists, okay? They're so bad for our country. Their policy is so bad for our country. I said, let's see if we can get it all done and everybody said it's not doable, because it's the biggest bill ever passed in the history of our country. And we got it all done. We don't need anything else. We got everything we want. And now, because of that, that's a big reason why the companies are coming in. 1 year depreciation, 1 year write-off, 1 year expensing. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. So they're coming in from all over the world. But to have a great country, you can't have crime. And we don't have crime, but we have cities where there's tremendous crime. And Chicago's one of them. And if the governor can't straighten it out, we'll straighten it out. Thank you. A question for the president.
Do you remain committed to? Mr. Prime Minister, I'd like to know how come the UK and the European Union have succeeded to sign deals and bring the tariffs down, and Canada still hasn't been able to do the same?
Yeah, because they're not located right next to each other. It makes it. In many cases, it's much better and easier. But
yeah, if I may, let's be clear about the relationship as it stands right now. We are the second largest trading partner of the United States. We do a lot of trade going across the border where we're cooperating, first thing. Secondly, we are the largest foreign investor in the United States. $500 billion in the last 5 years alone, probably $8 trillion in the next 5 years if we get the agreement that we expect to get. Thirdly, there are areas, as the President just said, where conflict, maybe not so much conflict, we compete. There are areas where we compete, and it's in those areas where we have to come to an agreement that works. But there are more areas where we are stronger together, and that's what we're focused on. And we're going to get the right deal for America, right deal, obviously, from my perspective, for Canada.
Including one thing that, wait a minute, easy, wait. So one thing where we are working very closely is the Golden Dome. That's the protective mechanism, and you see how that works. It's unbelievable. Ronald Reagan wanted to have it, and at that time they didn't have the technology, even close to the technology, but he was advanced, and we'll be working together on a Golden Dome for the two countries, and it's something that I think is going to be very important, especially when you look at the world, you look at what's happening. We want to have that protection. It's really amazing. The technology is unbelievable.
Why do you say some federal workers should not get their back pay? Why do you say some?
Well, you're going to have to figure that out, okay? Ask the Democrats that question.
Mr. President,
Go ahead.
Mr. President, just to follow up there, I mean, the law says that when the government is reopened, that workers will receive their back pay. So are you going to define the law there, or what do you?
I follow the law, and what the law says is correct, and I follow the law.
Mr. President, will Canada be leaving empty-handed, or will will Mr. Carney be leaving Washington with a deal on tariffs?
I think they're going to be very happy. We have a lot of things that we're working on that people don't talk about. They talk about, competitiveness. He's a very competitive person. And they talk about things that we don't necessarily agree on. But I think they're going to walk away very happy. I think so.
There's been a minimum tariff that countries have got. When USMCA gets renegotiated, do you want a minimum tariff on goods between Canada and the U.S.?
Well, we're going to have tariffs between Canada, and, they have them with us. I will say with our farmers, as you know, they went up to as much as 400%, 250, 300, and even one at 401. We found one having to do with a very small product, but it was high. So we've always had tariffs between the two of us. And actually, Canada was charging us very high tariffs on our agricultural things, a lot of our agricultural product. And that's one of the things that we talk about for bringing that down. So, this is a mutual thing, but we've been charged tariffs. Look, we're the king of being screwed by tariffs, just so you understand. And I'm not talking about with Canada. I'm talking about with countries all over the world. When you look at Europe, when you look at China, when you look at all of the almost every country charged the U.S., we didn't charge them because we were led by stupid people in many cases. Stupid people. They took advantage of our country.
There have been no trade deals signed today.
If you looked at European Union, they're all my friends. I don't blame them. I blame our presidents. I blame our past presidents and, business leaders. But we
Still
are
resistance at 10.
the king
A
of
little bit
countries
less
that
than the
have been
last
taken
test,
advantage
though.
of for many, many years. We've been paying trillions and trillions of dollars and receiving nothing at all. As an example, prior to the deal with Europe, where they pay a lot of money, but they're happy and I'm happy. The deal was good. It's a fair deal, but it wasn't fair. You couldn't put a car into Europe. You couldn't sell your agriculture into Europe. You couldn't do anything. And now we have it so that it's open. We charge them tariffs. We didn't charge them tariffs a car. They charge us tremendous. I said to Angela Merkel once, I said, how many cars have gone to Germany from the United States? And she said, well, I don't believe any. And I said, you're right. You're right. Well, that doesn't happen anymore. And they're paying a fair amount. It's just a fair amount. It's not, I could ask for much more. It's a fair amount. But the United States now is using the same thing that they've used on us. And I just can't believe it's taken presidents so long to do this. And again, we're going to treat people fairly. We're going to especially treat Canada fairly. But I can't believe it's taken so long where we get charged and don't charge them. Japan was a good example. We made a deal with Japan. You saw that, Mark? A deal with Japan. It's a much different deal than we've had in the past. But they would send us millions of cars, no charge. We weren't allowed to send them cars. We sent them no cars. I doubt you had one car go into Japan because we were restricted. They didn't want our cars. Same thing with Europe, same thing with other places. So now all we do now is fairness, but fairness leads us to the most successful country there's ever been. You know, we have some advantages over other countries, and we do have a great market. We have an amazing market. But you know what? If I let this go, if we didn't win this election, if we had these people that were running, that were ruining our country, destroying our country with their open borders and men playing in women's sports and transgender from everybody and windmills all over the place, if we allowed that to go on for another couple of years, we would be, I'm not sure that we'd even have a country. Yeah, Brian. And by the way, I'm not sure we would have even had a country. And now we have the most successful country in the world. Brian?
Yes, sir. What is your message to Democrats ahead of a next vote to open up the government? The American people are saying, open the damn government. What's your message to them right now?
Well, they're the ones that started it. They're the ones that have it. And it's almost like a kamikaze attack by them. You want to know the truth? This is like a kamikaze attack. They almost, you know, they have nothing to lose. They've lost the elections. They've lost the presidential election in a landslide. I saw the other day where Kamala said, this was a very close election. This was one of the biggest sweeps that anybody's ever had. Won the popular vote by millions, won the Electoral College by a massive amount. They said, if I got 270, that would be great. But I got, I think, 312 or 315, and they got 220. So, you know, we won that. But we won counties. The big thing is counties. So out of all of the counties, thousands and thousands, we got 2,500. They got 525. It was a landslide. And we listened, oh, yes, it was close. It was one of the greatest victories ever. And it was a mandate to do what we're doing. And I hope, and Mark wants this as much as I do, we are very close to making a deal on the Middle East that will bring peace to the Middle East. After all of these years of millions and millions, tens of millions of people being killed, there's a chance to bring peace to the Middle East. In addition to that, I made 7 other deals, and they're, you know, great. And we're, you know, things are happening with respect to Russia, Ukraine. That's one that last week, Mark, 7,812 people were killed. Soldiers, mostly soldiers. Yep. But 7,000, more than 7,000, almost 8,000 soldiers were killed. It's a crazy thing. I thought that would have been one of the easy ones. I get along very well with Putin, and I thought that would have been, I'm very disappointed in him because I thought this would have been an easy one to settle, but it's turned out to be maybe tougher than the Middle East. We'll see what happens with the Middle East. The Middle East. I think go ahead, behind, yes.
Is the fentanyl crisis over with Canada, with the Canadian border?
Is what?
The fentanyl crisis.
No, it's not over. It's never, I think it's never going to be over.
Watch for the
frankly,
upside
but
break
they've done,
out.
Canada's worked hard, and they've done a
15-20
much better
calls are
job than in
growing.
the past. We have very few people coming in through our southern border, too. We've worked with Canada, and we've worked with Mexico, so we've made it a lot better.
Look, 80 is too much. 80 is too much.
Well, wait.
I just, on fentanyl, any amount is too much. So we've gotten it down. It's down substantially. It's less than 1%, but it's, look, it's still too much. It's too much at home in Canada.
A lot of people.
Yeah, we got to stamp it out.
On USMCA, are the two of you both committed to seeing it through in the renegotiation of that deal that you made?
Well, we can renegotiate it, and that would be good, or we could just do different deals. We're allowed to do different deals if we want. We might make deals that are better for the individual
What's your preference?
countries. I don't care. I want to make whatever the best deal is for this country, and also very much with Canada in mind. Yeah, go ahead, please. Go ahead, sir.
Sir, on China, what more can the United States and Canada do together to counter China?
Well, you have to be able to compete. They're a great competitor, and Mark and I both know that, and you have to be able to compete. We have big advantages over China for lots of different reasons, and I think we're doing very well with China. I get along very well with President Xi. I'm going to be meeting him in a few weeks, as you know. I'll be meeting him in South Korea. But we've had a very good relationship for a long time. But you have to be able to compete. To do well with China, if you can't compete, you're not going to do well with China. And Canada is very competitive. I can tell you that. Canada is a very competitive country. And I think Canada's done very well over the years with China.
Yeah, we have. But we'll do better together on that.
Mr. President, on Golden Dome, the Middle East, what guarantees are you giving your Arab partners that Israel will not resume its offensive after the hostages are released?
Well, the primary guarantee is once this deal happens, if it does happen, look, they're in negotiations right now, we are going to do everything possible. We have a lot of power, and we're going to do everything possible to make sure everybody adheres to the deal. Okay?
Are you concerned about the delays at airports, and how do you see the shutdown lately?
Oh, sure. I mean, it's they're all Democrat delays. There are delays at the airport. That's standard. And again, this is something that every day we put forth a bill. It's just a continuation. It's a very simple thing to sign and very simple to do. And I really think that these are people that I think they have nothing to lose. They have a party that's out of control. They have no leader. Nobody knows who the leader is. I look at people with very low IQs like Crockett, this woman Crockett. I never met her, but she's a low IQ individual. I look at AOC talking about how if they want to negotiate, they can come to my office. She's not in that position to do that. And who the hell is she to say that? And then I watch Nancy Pelosi not knowing what to do. I watch their leadership. Look, Schumer is petrified of primary because he's not going to win probably against anybody in a primary. You know, Schumer did the right thing, but he handled it badly originally a year ago. He did probably the right thing, but he handled it badly. I think Schumer's incapable of making a deal. They are a mess. They're a party that has no leadership. They have, and they have no policy. You know, I think we have great leadership, but we also have great policy. We have strong borders. We have no men and women's sports. I mean, basic things. We're not going to take your child away and change the sex of your child. We're not going to do things like that. What they're doing to the country is so incredible. And they got away with it with all their woke crap, and now it's stopped. And we have a country that's based on common sense and strength and intelligence. Here. I mean, we have the United States of America, and I say it all the time. Other leaders have told me this. Mark hasn't yet, but I think he would. A year ago, we were a dead country, and now we are the hottest country anywhere in the world. Maybe Canada. I'll give Canada, but because I do like Canada. But you know, we're the hottest country in the world right now. There's never been a country that has the kind of money coming into. There's never been anything like this. There has never been a country that if you take $1 trillion, that would be
still have
unbelievable.
bought calls 15
We're going to have
20.
over $20 trillion invested in this country. There's never been anything like what you're seeing, and it's based on good policy and common sense and leadership. Yeah.
Mr. President, what is Canada giving you in return? If you say Mr. Carney's going to be leaving Washington happy, what's Canada giving you in return?
Well, you'll find out, but I think the people of Canada, they will love us again. Most of them still do. If you say only 25%, I assume a lot of them, I think they love us. And you know what? I'm not the biggest hockey fan, but I like it a lot. And I watched some of the greatest hockey games I've ever. How good were those games, right?
Yeah, very good. We're coming down for the World Series, Mr. President.
Oh, good.
Canadians.
By the way, your team is looking pretty good.
This is the Prime Minister of Canada.
Well, a deal would include dairy. I mean, it's going to include everything. We'll do a comprehensive.
Have you identified programs to
Profit taking?
Oh, sure. Sure.
Which ones?
We have a lot, I'm not going to tell you, but we'll be announcing it pretty soon. But we have a lot of things that we're going to eliminate and permanently
Interesting.
eliminate. You know, one of
Profit
the things that
taking
we
on
have
15
is some
and 20.
advantage, you could say.
Little
But
bit.
because of the shutdown, which I think they made a big mistake, we're able to
25,
take out
35 call
billions
buyers.
and billions of dollars of waste, fraud, and abuse. And they've handed it, you know, on a silver platter. And you know Russell Vogt, he's a serious person, very serious person, and he's sitting there and he's getting ready to cut things. And this is something that was handed to us by, I assume, Schumer. I just don't know if Schumer has any power anymore. I look at your leadership, I don't know who to speak to. I'll tell you what, I'm getting calls from Democrats wanting to meet. I never even heard their names before, and they're claiming to be leader. The Democrats have no leader. They remind me of Somalia, okay? You know? And I met the president of Somalia. I told him about the problem he's got. I said, you have somebody from Somalia who's
shortcuts
telling us how to
coming in.
run our country. She's from Somalia. He said, would you like to take her back? He said, no, I don't want her. Okay, you know who I'm talking about? Say it again, please.
How many permanent jobs are you talking about to be eliminated?
Well, I can tell you, I'll be able to tell you that in 4 or 5 days if this keeps going on. If this,
No,
if
not
this
him.
keeps going on, it'll be substantial.
The guy who
And a
won't
lot
shut
of
up,
those jobs
that's
will never
our
come back.
president.
But you're gonna have a lot closer.
Is
to
this
a
going to
balanced
invalidate
budget,
Popcorn's law degree?
Is there anything the Prime Minister has done that's making it more difficult to reach
Oh, no.
Is there anything the Prime Minister has done that's making it more difficult or easier to reach a deal?
No, I think he's a great prime minister. I mean, he could represent me anytime. I will tell you, I'm not saying that because he is a very strong, very good leader. He's a nice man, but he could be nasty. He could be very nasty, maybe as nasty as anybody. I think Canada, let me put it this way, I can tell you this because I deal with lots of leaders all over the world. He is a world-class leader. He's a man that knows what he wants, and I'm not surprised to see that he won the election and won it substantially, and I would think he's more popular now. He's a good man. He does a great job, and he's a tough negotiator.
So then what's holding things up? If he's a great man and you want to do a deal with Canada, why aren't you?
Because I want to be a great man, too. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. That could have been good.
I think you got that one.
That could have been good. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Hard to finish on a better note.
That was a very
Jesus fucking Christ. Ugh. Because with all that talking, he doesn't really say much. Yeah, it's true. Market's down from yesterday? Yeah. Yeah, it is. Hmm. Getting an awful lot of profit taking on the 2025 calls. There's supportive calls at 15. But puts coming in back in 15, 10, 6,700. So bears might be repositioning on this bounce a little bit. Somebody bought some calls out at like 30, 35, but not very many of them. I don't really know if those are consequential. We've got a strip of synthetic longs from 67.10 out to 67.20, which makes, 10, 15, and 20 all big resistances. However, if we fall to the downside of those strikes, bearish. Quite bearish. Cam on the day is negative overall. We have a bearish trend. I don't know if I'd sell. I don't really know if the out of the money spreads are worth the risk. I would sell spreads at like 30 or 35, but I don't know if I'd want to sell them here. Started a bounce for KView, maybe. Might be getting there. It's turning around a little. Well, Bob Pitt's coming in 15.10. Call's starting to get sold off. Bob Pitt's coming in at 6,700 again. I think things start to slide here if we lose 67.12. I think we're likely to get a lot of chop into the rest of the day. I talked, you might have missed it, but I talked about this earlier. I think right now we're looking at something like 6,700 through 6,720. This has a little range out to 6,730. This has a little range down to like 6,690. It's likely that that's going to like kind of narrow as the day progresses. We'll probably end up with like something like 6705 to 6715, and then that might narrow more. But it'll depend. Like if we breach this way, this will all shift to the like down. If we breached this way, things would shift up. But I would say right now it looks like things are kind of starting to settle into like the 6,700 to 6,720 range. This looks kind of spot on. for the time being. I mean, we would need a fairly significant push to move down to 90. Similarly out to 67.30. That doesn't seem to be happening right now. So, yeah, probably just narrowing price action for the rest of the day. I don't think we have any substantial news coming up. We do have an auction that might drive a bit of a pump, but we're only like a few minutes away from that right now. 7 minutes till the 3-year auction. I guess that could drive a breakdown or a move up, but no, I don't know. It's a 3-year. I don't think it's huge. I don't remember how big it is. I think I posted it earlier in the week. I think it's like 58 billion. Yeah, I think we're getting ready for some bear time. We've had short vol pretty much over leveraged for like the last 2 weeks. We've been seeing a fairly persistent demand for long vol on like the 30-day window. We've got a bit of upset with the yen, right, which is basically forcibly pulling back the rate cuts from the Fed as the dollar drives up, and that pushes the long end higher, probably pushing the short end a little higher too, and that's going to deplete leverage ratios. I expect leverage ratios are going to continue to come down as long as the government remains shut down. So that effect over time is going to drive up the demand for out of the money vol, and if it's out of the money vol demand goes up, then short-term short volatility demand is likely to start pulling back, because they're fighting kind of an uphill battle. So like I said, I think this could turn into a correction. If there were macro forces driving it, maybe it could turn into something more than that, but right now I don't think we have those, so probably a minor correction. At least for now. That could develop into something more later into the year, but like I don't think Q3 earnings are going to be very good. I think CapEx is too high and it's going to be super fucking bearish. I think today's announcement from Oracle is already going to be showing some of that effect. I mean, they've spent $100 billion on Blackwell rentals. Or they've lost $100 billion on their Blackwell rentals. That's a lot of fucking money. I don't think any of that news is going to get better. Everyone always thinks everyone already thinks it's a bubble. So that's the first step. CTAs are massively overweight on the long side. They don't really have any room to buy more, so they're going to be net sellers in any kind of adverse event. Yeah, I mean everything's structurally positioned to go down. It's just a question of if the short-term pump's going to give up. And because when it does, yeah, this all just sells off a bit. I think there's a potential JPOW could break it this week. I think the sentiment surrounding the Fed's data dependence amid a government shutdown could be a big driver. We've got 2 rate cuts for this year priced in. I think a December cut at like 83% and the October cut at 100%. Thursday. He's talking Thursday, but we get FOMC minutes tomorrow. I don't know if they commented at the time on a shutdown, but they might have. And remember that a cut from the Fed is effectively hike from Japan. So if they do push ahead with a cut, it could just drive the dollar up more and rates at the long end higher, which is what the last cut did. So, I mean, it's very likely to continue to have that effect, which is the opposite of the intended effect. So, it kind of blows my mind that the market's still willing to price in a different outcome. Like, I mean, if we really look at the last 2 years, we've fucking realized 4 of the like 18 rate cuts that we've priced in. They should have probably hiked at the last meeting. Also, you know, tariff avoidance is like the time period for avoiding tariffs is running thin. Inventories are depleting. Businesses, in order to continue to operate, are going to need to buy shit. And you know, as they start doing that, those price increases are going to be, they're going to continue to be realized. Like we had a nice, so we had like a little bump in inflation, and then we had a nice little break, and then we had another bigger bump in like PPI, right? And then we got a little break. But remember that the tariff implementation was also bifurcated. And so now, you know, as those prices are paid, we might not get a rapid rise, but we should get a continuous one as long as tariffs remain in effect. And we're probably like here. Roughly. So I mean, yeah, long term, I'm positioned pretty bearishly. Like I have Vega puts out in January. I have, you know, some bear spreads locally. All I know is the day the bubble pops, I'll be looking at the market with my brokerage open, no positions open, thinking, huh, look at that. Yeah. We did Vega puts already. I got a few of them. I'm not like loaded with them or anything. It's just I did pick up some while VIX 3-month was down a bit more. Seemed advantageous around like the 18 mark. Didn't seem like VIX 3-month was going much lower and demand was starting to pick up, so I figured that would be a good time to get them. But yeah, I put it in the Discord like several times. Glad I shook the GME MOAS theory and started selling pumps. Sold at 27.50, 24.50 3 days later. Yep. That's where the money is. Has been since 2020, 2022. It's a very reliable trade. All right, see now we've got like a higher support. So range is trimming. you buying Hood? Fuck no. Why would I buy Hood? There's a tiny head and shoulders here on the 1 minute. Broke up a little. Options volume's dropping off pretty hard. Thoughts on Hal and the earnings? I don't know. I think margins are probably likely to continue to bounce back, but I don't know. OPEC's ramping up production. It's probably pretty good for them. Bumpy no, I still think narrowing range. Probably, bulls pushing it back against the expansion of volatility in the early part of the day and the MMs. So chop, crush into close makes sense. Could swing more later in the day, but Condor is an option. Or butterflies, if you think you know exactly where we're closing. I don't know if butterflies are that good yet. Maybe on a more extended move, up or down. I know exactly where we're closing. Let me consult my lord real quick. Kirk, where are we closing? Um, I think somewhere between 6,700 and 6,720. I'm not really sure. No, no chance to drop to 6,600. That's stupid. I'll be right back, guys. Nope. This is exciting. You guys remember when I said earlier that this is exactly what price is going to do? It's doing it, and it's doing it in the most aggressively boring way possible. I hope you're all happy. Quick, guys, people are going to lose money on Poet. I need a sarcasm check on that? Whoa. Hold on. There will be no checking of the sarcasm. Gold up 50 bips, but nearest dated calls are only up like 15%. Is there something really big about to happen? No. I should sell the iron contour soon. You don't think you maybe like missed the boat? Hmm. Oh, this sucks. Wonder what else I could do with the rest of my day. I could keep watching my Baba position go up. It lost 82. Baba's fucking dumping today. Were those 67.20 solds? Actually, 67.20 is a synth long. So is 10, 15. 10 isn't anymore. But there's like a bunch of bot calls and sold puts up there that just haven't really, like, every time we test the upside, they close some more of them, but they haven't fully closed them out. Just burned synths. That was from when the Bulls tried to get they tried to catch the knife earlier and they got fucked. Gherk, I love you for these picks. Baba, yeah, Baba's fucking Baba's up big. It's kind of killing it right now. I'm probably gonna close it today. Or maybe I'll just close out the sold puts or the bot puts and then let the calls just grind down. That was the bot puts were like the big risk. What the fuck is, why does 6135 matter? That's not even a realistic target. That would mean the JPM long puts go in the money. That's a major correction. I'm taking what, 9% downside from here? Yeah, I've talked about GME warrants. They're just another form of dilution if they get exercised. If they don't, they just don't do anything. They have some value. They're saleable. That which we call dilution by any other name would smell as sweet. $6,600 is more important. Actually, it says 66.99. Like 66.99, 6,600, and then 65.08. 65.08 would be a big deal. If retail exercises, it's 1/100th of a call, so it's whatever if we all exercise within the same time frame. Retail won't exercise within the same time frame. I would say the vast majority of the warrants will be sold. Probably the only people exercising will be people with convertible notes. I hate when I'm going to the bathroom and someone else's Poseidon's kiss gets on you. Trough bathrooms are the worst. Wait, those are for peeing. Are you taking a shit in the urinal? I don't even know what the fuck the GME warrants are. What's the ticker for them? Does anybody know? Is it like GMEW? Who's Eden Alexander? I have no idea. Sounds like a porn name. Gay porn star? With a penchant for Greek history? Macedonian history? Crazy to think we were testing all-time highs this morning. Wait, no we weren't. Were we? Oh shit, yeah. I guess we were. Oh, that's right. I didn't wake up until like 10 o'clock. I think we formed a new all-time high today, right? No better time to dump. I woke up at like 10 o'clock and bought 40 puts. Wish I bought them higher. That would have been dope. 6710 fly entry here. Could. Yeah. It's a little extended. It's not the worst. I think if KV goes back to 19, I have so much of that shit now, I'm just gonna sell it. Well, I knew if we didn't hold 50 that we could bleed off, and losing 40 was a big deal. I told everyone in Discord, I was like, if we lose 40, bulls are fucked. Turns out I was right. WeBull UK apparently won't trade SPY. What? Why? Yeah, I don't think puts are super good here. There's actually room to move down under 6,700. But I wouldn't, I don't know. Yeah, I probably wouldn't bet on it. Yeah, VIX is up 7%. 3-month VIX is up 3.5%. So is VX. A little weird that rates are down at the top end. I find that slightly odd. Gold's above 4,000. Forward yield on volatility fell or rose by about 50%. That's getting spicy. It's getting very close to being positive. For the first time since, well, I guess like the beginning of September, but can you trade XSP? No, the IBKRUI sucks. So you're saying it's bear time? Yeah, could be. Could be getting there. It's definitely not bear time yet, but I mean, losing 66.99's pretty significant. And then I guess we look down towards like 66.50 and then like 6600. After 6600, I'm guessing like 6508 or the 200 MA. If we fall into the 200 MA, then I would say like 6360 down to like 6200. I thought corrections were illegal now. No, I don't think so. I mean, everything kind of looks like it's setting up for a big correction. Like bond volatility spiked 5%. Commodities look like they're starting to peak. Correlation hit like the Feb low yesterday and snapped back today pretty violently. So we're getting some breakdown and dispersion. Leverage on the carries a little too high, especially on the short end. Forward yield on vols moving up. Out of the money put demand's been picking up pretty sharply. Markets are over concentrated. Fed fund futures are pricing in too many cuts. And correlation between VIX, cash VIX is still like negative 35%, which is wild. Oh, and leveraged ETFs are massively over levered. So calls. No, I think we have some room to slide. De-risking's been pretty aggressive. CTAs aren't really buyers to the upside anymore, which means they're sellers to the downside. Not a lot to drive more upside at this point. Are they selling MBS again? No. China is. And well, I mean, the Fed's shedding their MBS balance sheet, which is drawing down on bank reserves right now because they're still doing quantitative tightening. But China's been selling a lot of their MBS holdings. Technically, if they wanted to, they could economically fuck us at any time. I think foreign owners of, yeah, Japan too, but they have less incentive. Japan has significantly less incentive to do that, especially with their new leadership. China has a lot of incentive to do it. I don't think Hamas accepting the peace deal is a bullish catalyst. I mean, why not? But I really don't think so. I don't think there's any like risk priced in of that. The economic impact of Palestine or Palestinians as a whole is zero. Good thing we aren't antagonizing them at all, right? I think China started unloading U.S. treasuries like end of September. Which would cause, well, mortgage spreads to widen, which would make rates push up really quickly. And the housing market's not doing great right now anyway. I love this thrilling price action. It's doing exactly what I said it would do. Why can't you make money off that? I guess we could look up foreign MBS holdings. Yeah, China has about 1.32 million in US MBS. Hmm. Yeah. It's been declining a bit. That only goes through 2021. I wonder if we can find something newer. Not been a lot of reports. I wonder if that's one of the fears driving gold. It seems so unlikely that they would make a retaliatory move in that regard. Oh, here we go. MBS pass-through still makes up 24.9% of US global aggregate holdings. Hmm. That's interesting. Gross issuance of MBS has fallen off a fucking cliff. Central banks in China are driving gold. Post this in Pickle specs. Average coupon percentage is skyrocketing too. Why don't people ever read these reports? Look at this shit. Army. So multifamily. Hmm. Yeah, agency MBS held by foreign entities didn't really rise post 2022. I mean, they did moderately, like 1%. But I would argue now that the structural risk is even greater. Because they're holding like, like 900, 850, 900 billion. Hmm. 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 Huh. Interesting. Yeah, probably. Commodities. Commodities will likely fall off unless there's significant depreciation in the dollar alongside. But I think any correction we're set up for is probably likely to see an increase in the dollar. What's... Oh. Looks like 6710 flies will print, and my 6715 fly will die. Not necessarily, but yeah, neither of them look all that promising. Commodities are a good hedge if the dollar goes down, but they're not a great hedge for equities. Some of them can be. Maybe energy would benefit, but you can, I mean, that could be captured on the equity side also. I mean, like, if the expectation is that cash is going to go up, then and rates at the long end are going to go up, then it's better to be cash until the corrections occurred. But you're in a different country, so that dynamic is not the same for you. I think Bitcoin's worth actually $0. I know. It's just a leverage instrument. It's just leverage dollars. And when people don't need leverage on dollars anymore, it's gonna fucking evaporate. You still have like 90% of the fucking holdings in like 10 wallets. And if there's broad enough risk off, right fucking down again. What are we bag holding? It's not what? Just a leverage instrument? Yes, it is. It has no other use. This is a guy who's never been to a Bored Ape Thailand party. Sounds like you're anti-mining slavery. You really think Elon's gonna build you a sex robot that's gonna mine Bitcoin while it's charging? It's okay. They're just gonna feed you stable coins and then devalue them. You gotta get those little piezoelectric capacitors and put it all over the robot's butt. That way when you smash, you charge it. Like the ones they put in the sidewalks in Japan. Hmm. Maybe you need to switch it more often, Nick. I couldn't power an LED if that were the case. What's holding us back right now? The synth? No, the synth longs to the upside are mostly broken down at this point. The bot calls have pretty much all closed out over the like 4 tests of those levels. Yeah, I mean, we're kind of right where we ought to be. There's some sold puts the downside propping shit up. But negative charms got a bit of downward pressure. Alright, now I'm up like 116% on Baba. I'm running out of reasons to continue holding this. Hmm. Hi, Mark. Things are stabilizing, slightly more bullish. But they're not really diverging much anymore. They're just flattening out. Close out, leave some runners. I don't know what I want to leave as a runner, though. Like, I have 90 bot puts, and I have 85, 87, 50 spreads, and 195, 200 spreads. So I'm thinking maybe I just close the 85, 75s and the 190 puts, and then just leave the 195, 200 spreads open until expiry. Let them bleed out. I'm looking at my position and thinking, would I short Baba here? And probably. That's the only thing keeping me from closing this out already. Can you expand on why you switched? I didn't switch. We were in a dollar down cycle. Now I think we're in a dollar up cycle, and it's because of the government shutdown. I think the government's going to stay shut down quite a long time. Maybe a historically long period of time, and I think alongside that shutdown, the uncertainty and a data-dependent Fed are likely to drive rates on the long end higher, and that'll drive the dollar up. In addition to that, we also have the shift in Japan from the other night, where they went with, prime minister's basically a protege of Abenomics and an expansionist fiscal policy out of Japan is going to probably reignite carry trade leverage, and that's likely to drive the dollar higher as well. Well, it already has driven the dollar substantially higher, but it will probably continue to do that until the BOJ pushes back, or if she's unable to garner the appropriate support in the Japanese parliament to get a standing majority, which would likely see her removed from office in the next 6 to 9 months. But we have to see how that plays out, obviously. 1 second, I'm gonna grab a water. Tea maybe. 67.50. There's a fuck ton of sold calls out there. Not much else. No, I don't think it looks like a squeeze into close right now. We'd have to move substantially higher. Yeah. Out above 30, it's pretty squeezy. Down here, not so much. Also, serious lack of gamut of the upside. I have some downside spreads. 67.50, 6700, 6700, 66.50, and 66.50, 6600. Some of those I'm closing today. Some I'm going to leave open. I have Jan puts down at 65. I have some at 64. I bought more K-View at 15-ish. Change. 15 and change. FOMC's at the end of the month. Minutes? No, not because of minutes. Maybe because of Powell's speech, but I don't think minutes are going to address the shutdown. They might, but I doubt it. About as good as going down into close. Maybe a little worse. A little worse. All right. So we run into a bit of upside resistance here at 15. There's not a ton at 20, but there's more at 25. I mean, this is really no different than earlier. I will say, with the synthetic longs closed now, the ability to move higher might be a bit better. They had ridiculously bearish expectations on Sunday. You mean me just being more bearish than JFresh? I wouldn't say they were ridiculously bearish. It's like 3%, 2%, something like that. 3%, I guess. How the fuck do I get hit with ridiculously bearish expectations when Jork was like 5,100 end of week? All of them are silly. That's the point. Don't tell him that. You'll hurt his feelings. He doesn't have feelings, does he? I don't know. Sometimes I think he might. But then he does things like makes bread for 6 months, and I realize, no. Maeve, stop looking for excuses to buy out of the money puts because they're cheaper than at the money puts. Hmm. Resistance. Well, our range is starting to shrink. Even more. Silly question, but could Trump really sell a Maxwell pardon to Republican voters? Well, it's either that or they find out that he's a pedophile. So, yeah. Actually, you know what? He might be able to sell being a pedophile too. Or already has? I don't know. They know. Probably. Huh. I'm pretty sure his dementia will spill the beans eventually. He's done that too. Wait, what's a QAnon conspiracy taco jam? The Trumps and the Epstein files? You're right. It's far more believable that Obama put him there. Obama took all those pictures of him hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein for decades, too. And signed his name on that birthday letter. And whatever else Ghislaine Maxwell says to get out of jail for being a kitty fucker, which is what she is. I don't know. If you let someone out of jail who actively sex traffic children, aren't you just as bad as them? Even with all, forget all the other evidence. Say it's circumstantial, what have you. Nobody let her out of jail yet, and she's out of prison. She got downgraded to minimum security. It's okay. I'm sure they'll throw some Portland protesters into a maximum security prison, and you'll be okay with that. It's not a theoretical discussion. It's the next step. It's not like you have to be a fucking soothsayer to see this shit coming from 8 miles away. He literally said he was considering pardoning her and Diddy. Fake news. Those are AI recordings, don't you know? His live fucking words out of his actual fucking mouth. Fake. Get on the right side of history, Pong. They're all either directly implicated or complicit. Yeah. Our education system has failed us so many times. Everyone here in Chicago has been pretty on edge since all the crazy stuff started happening. A lot of people think they'll come for anyone now. Yeah, that's the whole point. That's what Hitler did. He sold it as, we're going to get rid of the Jews because you guys don't like them and their interest rates. And we'll move them somewhere nice, you know? And then they just, also use that to kill whoever the fuck else they wanted. And the Jews. Pretty sure when the president describes American citizens as the enemy within, you've got a problem. They're losing the country singers now? Oh no. Who's gonna write their anthems? I guess there's always like white supremacist hardcore bands. And AI, yeah. You have to understand, it's still an identity politics thing. They just use that term for other people without recognizing it in themselves. They believe they're in the party of fiscal conservatism and small government. He already has Gamma Strike. He can have his opinions. I don't care. I'm allowed to have mine. It's the law. Shocker. The law so far. Yeah, well. Glorp, I'm gonna make so much fucking money when I'm not at home bored over trading. You guys ever just make a bunch of money early in the day and be like, awesome, this is gonna pad my losses for the rest of the session? I think that way sometimes. I know you do, Nick. Sometimes you have to talk politics. First of all, it has too great of an effect on the market in the current administration. So you can't really talk one without discussing, or at least tangentially, the other. And then additionally, the current administration, I believe, is pushing for an authoritarian-esque power grab. And I think that should be shamed openly and loudly, constantly, by everyone. It's antithetical to our country's core values. I'm not even a liberal. When have you ever seen me like poor people? I do think they should be educated and have health care. I know, crazy. I'm pretty sure Guantanamo is already open. That's the thing with yikes is you? Not sending American citizens to other countries. At least we own Guantanamo. Ooh. Hmm. Guac, let's move to España. I'm down. I'm part Spanish. Like Spain Spanish. Castilian, I think. Something like that. See. Also, big shrimp. You think an independent will ever get voted in? No. I think what'll happen is, at some point over the next couple of years, Donald Trump will die because he's fucking old and fat. And then the subsequent attempts at power grabs will erode not only the stability but the democracy of our country in such a way that we will have a societal collapse, creating a power vacuum that will lead to a reformation of probably more localized government, and a fracturing of the United States into smaller independent nations with larger concentrations of specific political leanings. Sure. Sounds terrible. Well, the end isn't too bad. I don't actually think that's the far right's exact goal. I think techno-feudalists would prefer to well, it depends on which far right faction. Anyway, none of them really want that. They just think they want that, but it's a stupid fucking goal. Like, who wants to be in a state that's like Alabama, Arkansas, Florida, Louisiana? and like Tennessee and Kentucky. No one wants to be in that fucking state or country. Ew. Just have negative GDP. It'd be like living, well, in the South, actually. I want you to imagine this. Imagine red states with no money from blue states. Have you ever lived in the South? Briefly, in Georgia. I stayed at a former plantation, and I think it was haunted. Freaked me out. Worse yet, my coworker was black, and then he was sleeping with our client, who was the woman who owned the house. There was a whole thing going on. It was very, like, get outy. Savannah, Georgia's the South. My neighbor made me a pitcher of sweet tea. How southern do I need to get? You need to pull a crawdad out of a crocodile's ass? Blue states don't get their food or energy products from red states, J-Dog. Let's be realistic here. Blue states get their energy from Canada, and everyone gets their food from California. Shockingly, the Midwest, our breadbasket, doesn't really grow a lot of actual fucking food. We grow a lot of soybeans for China, or at least, well, we used to. Now we subsidize them buying soybeans from other countries. Is it because of the red tape, Nick? Hmm. Yeah, most of that corn's just used to make ethanol. You can look at the GDP output. Like, we can just import. Oh, you know what we could do? We can make trade agreements with other countries that are fucking beneficial and just import food from there with our giant piles of fucking cash. Don't be retarded, please. Okay? And I'm allowed to say that word. Trump said so. It's too much shit to look at. Look, sell my house, give me a limitless credit card, and pack all my shit. Yeah, but you have to get reimbursed for all those things, which means that you gotta fill out tons of paperwork. Maybe you could just get somebody to fill out the paperwork. It sounds like Dan work to me. I can find you someone to do it for a few grand if you want. Like, if you really want. I know someone. If I want a location to spend summers, close enough to drive so I can bring a vehicle with mountains and cooler weather than Houston, what's the best location? I'm going to spend summers there, but you want it close enough to Houston that you can drive? But close enough to what to drive? Oh, you want mountains. What about climate risks? None, some. What's your tolerable level? Don't ever move to New Mexico. No, definitely not the Rockies. Minimal wildfires scare me. I'll send you a place to check out. North Carolina is the best of the options, but I don't know. Well, it would be if it would stop fucking flooding. I wouldn't want to live in fucking Western Mass either. It's just so old. Everyone's so old. Boom, my 6715 flies. I told you. I mean, it's not too late. You could still get there. Yeah. I don't think I've ever been to Maine in my entire life. I think that they have lobsters. Seems cold. Can we pump back to 6750 and do the same thing tomorrow? Would you want to? I can't live in Florida. Too many bugs. By ice fishing, I mean snowmobiling and drinking. Not at the same time. Sure. If SPX hits 4,500 by end of month, I may be able to buy main. Interesting. There's a little bit of positive delta at 10. So. Although that also gives us something to just collapse into. $20 would be a good closing price too. If it wasn't for trading, you'd be living in SoCal like all the cool people. You know, I actually have a distinct problem with Southern California. And you're pretty much right. But I really don't like spending all my fucking time in my car. Like, I did the California thing for a long time, but it's just, fuck that. It's a minimum of 15 minutes every time you get behind the wheel of a vehicle, and a maximum of like 4 hours, depending on traffic. I do work from home. I don't like helicopters. So trying to sell me your house one no Willie. Actually. Hmm. Hmm. I don't like San Diego. Too many people in the Navy. And yes, I would live in La Jolla. I have friends there. No, I don't like Northern California at all. It feels like even if it's expensive, it still just feels like math. No, it doesn't. Actually, like Iverness and what was it, Bolanus or Bolinus? Bolinus? Those are north. Nothing between LA and SF though. No, I got out of my GME loops a while back when it was above Gamma Max. I'm not moving to the Midwest. Sorry, McChuggets. Hmm. Looks like SPX is stuck at the top of a hill. Marpa is probably just gooning super hard right now. Which means we're definitely closing at 20 or 10. No, don't jinx it. Well, 15 sucks, so. No, not 25. That's ridiculous. I could look at the data, and then I would probably know. You jinxed it. Perfect. Now my 6710 butterflies are printing. Get fucked, Marpo! Where is he? There he is. Ha! Should have shorted it open yesterday. Me too. Nice. If it's any consolation, it looks like I'm not going to make very much money off these. Are we going to fall between both our break-evens? Ding. Oh. Yes? The perfect split. Alright. Well, we actually dropped a little bit below the expected move today, which is unexpected. Ha! But did close back above it, finding some stability on the 6,700 level, or gamma neutral. Now, generally, tests of gamma neutral come with a strong bounce, which we'd seen previously. However, this is not that. This is not a strong bounce. So a little bit of weakness going into the middle of the week tomorrow. I don't think we have much on the data side. I think today had a little bit more data, like consumer credit and shit like that, which was way down, by the way. Which is probably not good for consumer consumption, but we'll see how that goes. Tomorrow, yeah, I think just some ECB stuff in the morning, and then we get a bunch of Fed speakers. We do have later in the day, we have the 10-year auction, which is of some importance. And we have FOMC minutes, immediately followed by Kashkari speaking once again. And then obviously the big man himself, Jerome Powell, speaking on Thursday. So yeah, a little action into the back of tomorrow's trading session, and then with the rest of the bigger data Thursday and Friday. ES failed back below the week open and ended up closing below that as well. There is some support here around the 6750 level. However, failing to regain the prior week close, which is that green line here, could mean that we start to push down into slightly more bearish ranges after failing the new all-time high we set this morning. Yields down across the board today, with most of it in the belly. Dollar still moving up pretty aggressively, especially against the yen and the euro. Sterling too a bit. Gold moved up above 4,000, making a new all-time high. Silver sold off by about 160 points, copper up, and oil continues to push up as well. We got NASDAQ leading the way to the downside after Oracle reported that they had lost $100 billion in NVIDIA Blackwell rentals, and so not making a profit off of their AI endeavors. We saw 1 and 3 month correlation both snap back pretty sharply from this morning's open, with that kind of consolidating into close, so a little bit of a break in dispersion. Commodities overall slightly up for the day. Bond volatility picked up pretty sharply alongside the moving correlation, I think up about 5% from yesterday. I don't know if that'll continue, given that yields didn't move up today, but maybe a little. Leverage on the carries still staying pretty elevated. Forward yield on volatility down a little bit from the peak of the day, but still up pretty significantly from yesterday. We got VIX, cash VIX up 5.62%, VIX 3-month up 3.09%, and VX up 2.84%. Skew is showing a little bit more demand for out-of-the-money puts yesterday. Concentration risk is still elevated. and 50 stocks below the 50-day moving average are or both stocks above. Well, stocks above their 50-day moving average, still slightly less than the 200-day, and then the 20-day moving average stocks we saw a decline a little bit yesterday. Fed fund futures still pricing about 2 rate cuts by the middle of next year, with pricing about a little more than 2 by middle of next year, slightly under 2 by March, and pricing about 0.15 by Jan. I think I actually need to back adjust these. That might be the problem. There we go. Not a lot of change in the 10-2. Big increase in correlation between VIX, cash VIX today with the move up in VX. Now negative 36% correlation. Still hasn't moved positive, so we got a long way to go there, but I'd imagine it would if we start to see more of a breakout in VIX. Leverage on the S&P fell overall, using BTIC futures or EFFR futures, unadjusted interest rate. You can kind of get a pretty good idea of what leverage looks like on the S&P. And right now, leverage has been kind of falling off in a fairly consistent fashion since about end of September, so about the last 7 days, which is something we saw back in April, when leverage, or March, I guess, when leverage kind of peaked out around there, roughly the same level, give or take. And then, we saw leverage start to decline pretty rapidly. We actually saw leverage fall off all the way into like June 12th, despite the market reversing before then. We didn't see a lot of leverage pick up initially on that move to the upside. Remember, it was largely driven by retail. Tech services, consumer durables, producer manufacturing, the big sell-offs today, with some normalization in health tech after it ran super hard last week. We do still see AMD moving up a bit, but it does look like the rest of the electric tech sector not doing so great, with most of them being losers. So we'll see if this sell-off continues. We are seeing some interest in consumer non-durables, a little bit in health services and commercial services. Financials look pretty stable for the most part. So is retail trade. So we might be seeing a little bit of sector rotation there into some defensives, which could be the start of some de-risking. Out here, we did make a new high, but that also got rejected, and so we will move that up slightly. And we're still looking for that break at 66.99. We did, however, test that level today before bouncing slightly. So if this bounce fails, and then we fail that level, that's the first step to a rejection. Obviously, we can't confirm that rejection until we get down below the 20-day moving average, but that's the first important level. Brings us back within September's trading range, and then we'd be looking down at like 6,600 for the next breakdown around the EMA 30. Yeah, I think Powell's going to say that the data dependency of the Fed is reliant on government data that is not being provided during the shutdown, and is going to make their path forward more difficult. I think that's exactly what it does, and they probably won't cut rates again this year if the government doesn't reopen. And yeah, I think that's bad, especially when we're pricing in, like, we're pricing in roughly like 100% chance of a cut for October, and I think 83% chance of an additional cut in December. And if those snap to zero, that's going to be kind of ugly. Anyway, that's all I got for today. So thank you guys for tuning in. I hope you all made some money. I'll catch you later. Peace.